尊敬的各位代表，请落座。会议
Distinguished delegates, our conference will be starting soon. Please be seated. Distinguished delegates, it gives me great pleasure to see you again after the second part of COP-15. Entrusted by the President of the conference, Minister Huang Runqiu, I will be presiding over today's conference. Last December, the second part of COP-15 was successfully held in Montreal, Canada. The Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, or the KMGBF, was concluded at the conference, setting the global biodiversity conservation targets for 2030 and laying out the Vision 2050, living in harmony with nature. This is the result of the joint efforts of the Secretariat, the host country Canada, the co-chairs, members of the Bureau, as well as all parties and stakeholders. This is the triumph of multilateralism, with the United Nations at its core and for global biodiversity governance. Since the second part of COP-15 was the support of the Secretariat and members of the Bureau, China, as the COP-15 presidency, has presided over 2 meetings of the Bureau and 1 meeting of the Joint Bureau of the Conference of the Parties and the subsidiary body for scientific and technological advice, SAVSTA, during which we have had in-depth exchanges on topics such as the implementation of the framework and proposal for convening the resumed session, laying a good foundation for today's conference. Here, on behalf of the presidency, I would like to express my most sincere gratitude to the members of the Bureau, the Secretariat, the parties and stakeholders for their hard efforts in preparing for today's conference and promoting the implementation of the GBF. I hereby declare the resumed second part of the 15th session of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity open. I also declare the resumed second part of the 10th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety, and the resumed second part of the 4th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Nagoya Protocol, open. Distinguished delegates, I now invite you to join the joint plenary session of the resumed part of COP-15, CP-MOP-10 of Cartagena Protocol, and CP-MOP-4 of Nagoya Protocol, to hear some opening remarks. How to implement the KMGBF fully and effectively, so that consensus can be translated into actions and tangible results. This is an issue of common concern to the international community. I would like to take this opportunity to make the following 3 points, in hope that we can work together to implement the framework with concrete actions. First, timely actions. Since 2019, 14 parties have submitted their updated NBSAPs. All parties should accelerate updating their NBSAPs in line with the KMGBF, mainstream biodiversity across government and society, mobilize more resources, promote the 3 objectives of the Convention in a balanced manner, and strive to bend the curve of biodiversity loss. Second, stronger means of implementation. GBF Fund has been approved by the GEF at its 7th Assembly. We look forward to its operation as soon as possible, and we will give full play to its role in supporting developing countries' capacity building for biodiversity conservation. China will also deepen the cooperation under the One Belt and One Road framework and enhance South-South cooperation, and give full play to the role of Kunming Biodiversity Fund to provide assistance and support to developing countries to the best of its ability. Third, closer cooperation. To promote the implementation of the GBF, China is considering launching a joint initiative with the parties and international organizations on the implementation of the Kunming GBF, with a view to building a platform for cooperation with the voluntary participation of all parties and stakeholders and the manifestation of political will to identify the challenges facing the implementation of GBF, listen to the views of all parties, and seek solutions so as to give new impetus to the global biodiversity governance. We welcome the participation of all parties and stakeholders. The international community is looking forward to the successful conclusion of the resumed second part of COP-15. Through the joint efforts of the Presidency, members of the Bureau, and the Secretariat, relevant organizational arrangements are already in place. I am confident that with the joint efforts of all parties, we will see the successful conclusion of COP-15. Let's work together to implement the KMGBF and the restoration of the global biodiversity so as to create harmony between man and nature. It is now my pleasure to invite Mr. David Cooper, Acting Executive Secretary of the Convention on Biological Diversity, to deliver his welcoming remarks.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. I'm pleased to also join the Chair in welcoming you to these resumed second part of our meetings, COP-15, MOP-10 of the Cartagena Protocol and MOP-4 of the Nagoya Protocol. As you know, due to procedural hurdles at the closing plenary of our meetings in Montreal in December, the meetings had to be suspended. We're now here in Nairobi to resume those meetings and to continue and complete our important work. I want to thank you all for being here in person and for your efforts to ensure the successful completion of COP-15 and the concurrent meetings of the parties to the protocols. Your cooperation and understanding is going to be particularly important as we finalize our work, including on the election of officers and the formal adoption of the reports. All the preparations and requirements necessary for you to be able to do this are in place, and it will be your spirit of cooperation within the relevant rules that will allow this process to move forward. As we are set to resume our meetings, the world is working hard to implement the historic Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Like all of you, like all parties, the Secretariat is keen to deploy its full attention and resources towards supporting you in your efforts in implementing the Global Biodiversity Framework and expediting the preparations necessary for the upcoming intersessional meetings and COP-16 and the concurrent meetings of the protocols. In light of what is going on in the world, we must continue to strengthen our commitments and multilateralism, working together to achieve our goals and targets. Rest assured that my colleagues in the Secretariat and our colleagues in UNEP here are prepared to facilitate your work in Nairobi and beyond. With that, I'd like to reiterate how important your understanding, flexibility, and collaboration towards conducting our work this afternoon will be important for the successful conclusion of our work tomorrow. I would very much like to thank the Presidency and all members of the Bureau for their guidance over the last few months in preparing for this meeting, and you delegates also for your involvement and persistence and hard work to ensure that we have the necessary quorum here today. Your tireless work is what has got us here. I'd also just like to express my gratitude to those parties that made financial contributions that have also helped support participation here, including Australia, Austria, Canada, Finland, Germany, Japan, New Zealand, Sweden, Switzerland, the Republic of Korea, and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. With that, I wish us a successful resumed session.
I thank Mr. David Cooper for those remarks on behalf of all parties, and also on my own behalf. I would like to convey to the Acting Executive Secretary and his team our deep appreciation for their tireless efforts over many months in preparing for these meetings and for the many other intersessional meetings and the process. I would now like to adjourn this joint plenary and open the meeting of COP-15. Distinguished delegates, we will now take up agenda item 2 on organizational matters of the resumed part 2 of the 15th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention. To begin this item, I would like to draw the attention of delegates regarding the designation of a rapporteur. You may recall that a former Bureau member, Ms. Alvana Ramaji of Albania, was elected at the first part of COP-15 to serve as rapporteur. Since Ms. Ramaji is no longer available as a member of the Bureau, a new rapporteur needs to be elected at the present meeting. After consultations, the Bureau proposed one of its members, Ms. Laina Al-Wadi of Kuwait, to serve as rapporteur for the present resumed meetings. I see no objection. I congratulate Ms. Al-Awadi on her election as rapporteur and invite her to come and take her seat as a podium. Thank you. Thank you all. I would like to remind delegates that the agenda for COP-15 was adopted at the first part of the meeting held in October 2021. The Conference of the Parties completed the consideration of agenda item 4 and 6 to 27 at the first and second parts of its 15th meeting, but did not complete consideration of agenda item 2 as regards the elections of officers. As a consequence of holding the present resumed meeting, we need to examine credentials, and therefore agenda item 3 remains relevant. In addition, further to the withdrawal of the previously designated host of the 16th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, hosting of COP-16 needs consideration at the present meeting. Lastly, agenda items 28 to 30 regarding other matters, adoption of the report and the closing of the meeting have not been considered so far by the Conference of the Parties. Therefore, items 3, 5, and 28 to 30 of the agenda are the ones that need consideration and decisions as appropriate at the present meeting. Regarding the organization of work, given the limited number and the procedural nature of the items to be addressed, as well as the need to use the time available as efficiently as possible, and also as also agreed by the Bureau, all the work for the agenda items of this resumed second part of COP-15 will be conducted in plenary sessions. A timetable is proposed in document CBD-COP-15 at 5, Annex 2nd. I would like to propose a slight modification to this annex on organization of work, the consideration of the election of officers, component of agenda item 2, which is scheduled as the last item to be addressed this afternoon, should immediately follow the report on credentials under agenda item 3. Therefore, the consideration of item 5 on date and venue will follow the completion of item 2. I trust this arrangement and the modifications on the proposed timetable for our organization of work are acceptable. I see no objections, so the organization of work is approved. As I said, we will come back to agenda item 2 to consider the sub-item on election of officers after we completed the consideration of agenda item 3 on credentials. I now adjourn the meeting of COP-15 and open the meeting of CP-MOP-10 to the Cartagena Protocol. We will now take up agenda item 2 on organizational matters of the resumed second part of the 10th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety. I would like to remind delegates that the agenda for COP-MOP-10 was adopted as the first part of the meeting held in October 2021. The COP-MOP completed the consideration of agenda items 4 and 6 to 17 at the second part of its 10th meeting, but did not complete consideration of agenda item 2 as regards the election of officers, and 5 as regards the election of members of the Compliance Committee. As a consequence of holding a resumed meeting, agenda item 3 remains relevant. Agenda items 18 to 20 have not yet been considered. The present meeting will therefore need to consider agenda items 3, 5, and 18 to 20. The COP-MOP is invited to consider and adopt the proposal for the organization of its work as contained in the document CP-MOP-10 1 at 6, Annex 2. Please note that this annex is the same as the respective Annex 2 to document CBD-COP-15 1 at 5, as amended a while ago. Thus, item 5, compliance, will follow the completion of item 2. I trust that is acceptable. I see no objections, so the organization of work is approved. I now adjourn the meeting of COP-MOP-10 and resume the meeting of COP-MOP-4 to the Nagoya Protocol. We will now take up agenda item 2 on organizational matters of the resumed second part of the fourth meeting of the Conference of Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Nagoya Protocol. Delegates are reminded that the agenda for COP-MOP-4 was adopted as the first part of the meeting held in October 2021. The Conference of the Parties, serving as the parties of the parties to the protocol, completed consideration of agenda items 4 and 6 to 16 as the second part of its fourth meeting, but did not complete agenda item 2 as regards the election of officials and 5 as regards the election of members of compliance committee. As a consequence of the holding a resumed meeting, agenda item 1 and 3 remain relevant. Lastly, agenda items 17 to 19 have not yet been considered. Items 1 to 3, 5, and 16 to 19 will therefore need to be considered at the present meeting. The COP-MOP is invited to consider and adopt the proposal for the organization of its work as contained in document CBD-MOP-4/1/6. Please note that this document is the same as document CBD/COP/15/1/5 as amended earlier. Thus, item 5 on compliance will follow the completion of item 2. I trust that this is acceptable. I see no objections, so the organization of work is approved. I now adjourn the meeting of COP-MOP-4 and resume the joint plenary of COP-15, COP-MOP-10, and COP-MOP-4 for the consideration of the report on credentials. Distinguished delegates, I now invite you to turn to item 3 of the COP-15 agenda and item 3 of the COP-MOP-10 and COP-MOP-4 agendas on credentials. In accordance with Rule 19 of the Rules of Procedure, the Bureau shall examine the credentials of delegations and report to the plenary. In this connection, I would like to remind delegates of Rule 18 of the Rules of Procedure, which provides for the submission of credentials. In this regard, a notification from the Executive Secretary was sent to all parties on 31 July 2023. As specified in the notification, parties that had already submitted valid credentials for their representatives for participation in the second part of the 15th meetings of Conference of the Parties in December 2022 were to confirm through a note verbal that the credentials remained valid for the purpose of the present meeting. Further, parties that had not submitted valid credentials for the meeting held in December 2022, or those that would be sending new representatives to the present meeting were to submit new credentials in order to participate in decision-making during the present meeting. The original credentials or note verbal, as applicable, were to be submitted to the Secretariat no later than 15 October 2023. You will recall that the Bureau designated Mr. Eric Ockery of Ghana as representative of the Bureau to report to plenary on this matter. I now invite Mr. Ockery to present the report on credentials. Ms. Ockery, you have the floor.
Floor to Gan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Madam Chair, on behalf of the Bureau, I am very pleased to make the following report on the credentials of representatives to the resumed second part of the COP-15, CP-MOP-10 and NP-MOP-4. For the COP-15, Madam Chair, a total of 143 contracting parties to the convention are registered as attending the resumed part of the COP. The Bureau examined the documents or credentials submitted by the representatives of 135 contracting parties. The credentials of representatives of 133 parties were in compliance with the Rule 18 of the Rules of Procedure. The credentials of representatives of 2 parties to the CBD were not in compliance with the requirements of Rule 18. And representatives of 7 parties who are registered as attending the resumed second part of COP-15 have not been submitted. For the COP-MOP-10 of the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety, Madam Chair, a total of 129 contracting parties to the protocol are registered as attending the resumed second part of the COP-MOP-10. The Bureau examined the documents or credentials submitted by the representatives of 122 parties to the Cartagena Protocol. The credentials of representatives of 120 parties were in compliance with Rule 18 of the Rules of Procedure. The credentials of representatives of 2 parties to the protocol were not fully compliant with the requirements of Rule 18, and representatives of 7 parties who are registered as attending the COP-MOP-10 of the Cartagena Protocol have not submitted credentials. For the COP-MOP-4 of the Nagoya Protocol on access to genetic resources and equitable sharing of benefits, Madam Chair, a total of 108 contracting parties to the Nagoya Protocol are registered as attending the resumed second part of the COP-MOP. The Bureau examined the documents and credentials submitted by the representatives of 104 parties to the Nagoya Protocol. The credentials of representatives of 102 parties were in compliance with Rule 18 of the Rules of Procedure. The credentials of representatives of 2 parties were not in compliance with the requirements of Rule 18, and representatives of 4 parties who are registered as attending the COP-MOP-4 of the Nagoya Protocol have not submitted credentials. Madam Chair, I would like to take this opportunity to remind those delegations that have not submitted any credentials or submitted documents that are not in full compliance with Rule 18 of the Rules of Procedure to submit their credentials without any delay. The credential needs to clearly state that the individuals listed in the instrument are duly appointed, authorized, and empowered to represent the country in the meetings. They must be signed by the head of state, the head of government, or Minister of Foreign Affairs. Finally, Madam Chair, credentials must be presented or mailed to the Secretariat in their original version. Samples or templates of credentials are made available on the Secretariat's website. I would also like to inform delegates that the list of parties with valid credentials has been posted on the Secretariat's website as an information document. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Aukery, for the report. An information document on the status of the credentials has been made available on the website of the Secretariat, and the document for this meeting. At this stage, I propose that COP-15, CP-MOP-10 and NP-MOP-4 takes note of and approve the report on credentials as presented by Mr. Aukery on behalf of the Bureau. Are there any objections? I see no objections, so the report on credentials is approved. I now adjourn the joint plenary and open the meeting of COP-15. Distinguished delegates, as I indicated earlier, it is now time to go back to agenda item 2 of the resumed second part of COP-15 and consider the sub-item on the election of officer. As you all recall, we had started considering this sub-item at the last plenary session of the second part of COP-15 on the 19th December 2022. However, due to procedure challenges, we were not able to complete the election of the vice presidents of the Conference of the Parties and the chairpersons of Substar and SPI. The officers of the Bureau and the chairpersons of the subsidiary bodies whose term was due to end by the closure of that meeting were requested to continue with their functions until replacements could be elected at a resumed meeting. Therefore, the present meeting is expected to elect the officers who will take office at the closure of the present meeting and serve until the end of COP-16. The Bureau has conducted extensive discussions and consultations over the last several months on how the elections of officers should be conducted at the present meeting, and I believe we are now well prepared to proceed. We will do the elections separately. We will begin with the election of vice presidents of COP, followed by the election of the chair of the subsidiary body on implementation, and concluding with the election of the chair of the subsidiary body on scientific, technical, and technological advice. So let us begin. In accordance with Rule 21 of the Rules of Procedure, in addition to the President, 10 Vice Presidents, one of whom act as rapporteur, are to be elected from among the representatives of the parties present at any ordinary meeting of the COP. In preparation for this resumed meeting, an invitation was made to reconfirm the names of the candidates nominated for the vice president positions on the Bureau. The information on the nominees was published in the information document on procedures for elections that was issued for this resumed meeting, namely document CBD/COP/15/inf/28/Rev1. I commend all the regions and parties for their timely cooperation in this regard. I understand that there have been some changes of some nominees. Accordingly, I will open the floor for nominations. I recall that we are to elect 2 vice president positions per region. I will first invite nominations from parties in the group of African states. Which party from the African states would like to take the floor? floor? Is it Ghana? Okay. I see a request for the floor from Ghana. Ghana, you have the floor.
Sorry, Madam Chair, we haven't taken the floor. We haven't indicated.
Yeah, but you can see. No, this is.
Okay. Sorry, Madam Chair. So, on behalf of Africa, Madam Chair, I present the following delegates as representing Africa on the COP Bureau. Ms. Hropsili Sakosana of Eswatini, and Mr. Abdurrahmani Zino Izura of Algeria. Ms. Hropsili will be responsible for the Cartagena Protocol, is responsible for the Cartagena Protocol and Nagoya Protocol. And Mr. Zino for the Cartagena Protocol. Dr. Mustafa Fuda of Egypt will serve as the alternate on for the Nagoya Protocol.
We'll come back to the substitutes later.
Okay.
Yeah. So these are the vice presidents.
Right.
Okay.
So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, so that's fine.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Ghana. Next, I invite nominations from parties in the group of Asia-Pacific states. Which party from the Asia-Pacific states would like to take the floor? Okay, I see a request for the floor from Jordan. Jordan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I will speak in Arabic, please. Madam President, سيدتي الرئيس، نحيطكم علما بأن
Chair, we would like to inform you that our candidates are as follows. Dr. Somali Chan from Cambodia, Mr. Krishnanand of Fiji. For the SBI, Dr. Sherry Reddy from India. They are all experts within the context of the conventional biological diversity and have the full support of our region. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jordan. Next, I invite nominations from parties in the group of Eastern European states. Which party from the Eastern European states would like to take the floor? I see request for the floor from Georgia. Georgia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to inform you on the process and results of the nominations for the COP Bureau members and substitute chair position from the CE region. For the COP Bureau, the region had 4 nominations, namely myself as Georgia, Ms. Angela Lozan of Republic of Moldova, Mr. Alexander Shestakov of the Russian Federation, Mr. Eduard Arustamian of Ukraine. At the same time, since Georgia is not a party to the Nagoya Protocol, Tajikistan was nominated as an alternate, who was at that time represented by Mr. Dilovarsho Dussoda, later substituted by Mr. Sino Tohirzoda. For the substitute chair, the region had 2 nominations, namely Ms. Senka Barudanovic of Bosnia and Herzegovina, who was at that time substitute bureau member, and Mr. Alexander Shestakov of the Russian Federation. Despite the long discussions held in Montreal during the regional meetings, as well as informal consultations I have carried out, consensus could not be reached on these issues. Therefore, the region had to exercise a voting procedure to identify the candidates supported by the majority of the members of the region. The representative of the Secretariat was present during the meeting based on our request. As a result of this exercise, 19 members of the region voted, 3 were absent, 1 abstained, and the results are following. For COP Bureau, Georgia and Republic of Moldova received majority of votes, 18 and 16 votes respectively. Russian Federation and Ukraine received 2 votes each. For substitute, Ms. Senka Barudanovic of Bosnia and Herzegovina received majority of votes, namely 17 votes. Russian Federation received 1 vote. Based on these results, the region nominates the representatives of Georgia and Republic of Moldova for the COP Bureau and the representative of Bosnia and Herzegovina for SABSTA chair. Finally, I would like to once again express our gratitude to the outgoing chairs of the SABSTA and SBI for their professionalism, dedication, and motivation. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Georgia. I see Russian Federation asking for the floor. Russian Federation, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment on what has been said by the distinguished delegate of Georgia. The intricacies of the discussions within the group are not relevant to the COP. Because there is only one thing that is relevant, that is, there is no consensus in the group on the candidates. Apart from that, everything was presented correctly, but the vote has never been agreed as a method of decision-making in the group, and the results just made public by Georgia are not relevant. So we suggest that we proceed on the understanding that for 2 positions for the Bureau, there are 3 candidates that are listed in the paper, in the 28 Rev 1 paper. And the same also applies to the subsidiary body on scientific, technical, and technological advice, where we have, for 1 seat, we've got 2 candidates. And we request you to proceed with the vote as is prescribed by the rules of procedure. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we proceed the next. Next, I invite nominations from parties in the group of Latin American and Caribbean states. Which party from the Latin American and Caribbean states would like to take the floor? I see a request from the floor, for the floor from Costa Rica. Costa Rica, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm happy to inform you that GRULAC has decided to nominate for the Bureau positions Ms. Gillian Guthrie of Jamaica and Ms. Maria Teresa Ramirez from Colombia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Costa Rica. Finally, I invite nominations from parties in the group of Western European and other states. Which party from the Western European and other states would like to take the floor? I see a request for the floor from Austria. Austria, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. For the group of Western Europe and other states, I want to reconfirm the nominations of our candidates to represent our region in the new Bureau of the Conference of the Parties. It is Mr. Norbert Berlacher from Switzerland and Mr. Eric Scholz from Luxembourg. Madam President, these nominations continue to have the full support of our region. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Austria. Thank you, colleagues. We have now heard all the nominations for the positions of president. Okay. I see a request for the floor from Russia Federation. Russia Federation, you have the floor. Please be quiet. 他说什么？
Черногории не дали. Не дали слово. Да, еще по...
Okay, I see a request for the floor first from Montenegro. So first, I give the floor to Montenegro. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So my statement is on behalf of Central and Eastern European region, Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Croatia, Czech Republic, Estonia, Georgia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Montenegro, Republic of Moldova, Republic of North Macedonia, Poland, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, and Ukraine. Our countries support the customary procedure followed since the entry into force of the CBD, whereby parties from the different UN regions select and nominate their candidates to CBD offices within the regions, and the COP accepts them by acclamation. Now, for the first time, we are facing a situation when this procedure is being challenged, and the decision achieved at the regional level through an open, transparent, and democratic process is put to vote. We believe that the decision and will of majority of the members of a regional group should be respected by the plenary, as it has been in case since the entry into force of the CBD. Therefore, we should not risk a situation when an officer that is not supported by the majority of the region is elected. This could have a serious impact on the work of the Convention. We therefore call on all the parties to consider this when casting their vote, and we kindly invite you to confirm the regional nominations that are the candidates from Georgia and Moldova for the CBD, COP Bureau, and the candidate from Bosnia and Herzegovina for the position of subsidy chair. Thank you, Madam President.
Please be quiet. Then I give the floor to Russian Federation. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I raised the point of order because I was under the impression that political statements were not allowed at this stage of decision-making in the Assembly, I mean, in the COP conference. So that's why we strongly disagree with what was said by the representative of Montenegro, and we think they had plenty of time to campaign for their candidates before we started the voting procedure or the nomination procedure. That's one point. Second, do I have the floor on the Western European? Because I requested the floor on the West European and other states group, Madam Chair. That was a statement before. I made a statement on point of order. Now I would like to proceed with the statement on the VOG nomination.
Okay, yes, you can have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We would like to request a vote in consistency with the position that my delegation had in the previous stage of this conference. We request a vote on the candidature of Mr. Eric Schauls of Luxembourg. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We note the statement you have made. Thank you, colleagues. We have now heard all the nominations for the positions of Vice President of the Conference of Parties. I will read out the full list of nominees. From the African states, Ms. Hope Sal, Sikh, Hosina Eswatini, Mr. Abdurrahman Zeno Izoria from Algeria. From the Asia Pacific states, Mr. Krishnil Nand from Fiji, Ms. Somali Chen, Cambodia. From the Eastern European states, Ms. Tiona Karchava, Georgia, Ms. Angela Lawson, Moldova, Mr. Alexander Shostakov, Russian Federation. From the Latin American and Caribbean states, Ms. Gillian Gaiseri, Jamaica, Ms. Maria Teresa Basari Ramirez, Colombia. From Western Europe and other states, Mr. Eric Scholz, Luxembourg, Mr. Norbert Biolucha, Switzerland. Dear delegates, in order to proceed efficiently with the election of the chairpersons of the vice presidents of the Conference of the Parties, I propose that the nominations for these positions be now closed. I see no objections to closing the nominations. Therefore, I declare the nominations for the positions of the vice presidents of the Conference of the Parties closed. Distinguished delegates, let us first focus on the nominations where the number of the candidates is the same as the number of positions, and therefore, there's no objection to the nominees. Can we proceed in accordance with the established practice to elect the nominees for Vice President from the African states, the Asia Pacific states, the Latin American Caribbean states, as well as the nominees from Switzerland, from the Western European and other states by acclamation. They are so elected. Thank you very much. Regarding the election of the other vice presidents from the Western European and the other states, we have heard an objection to the election of the candidate from Luxembourg to the Bureau. Russian Federation, I would like to ask for your flexibility. Could the meeting elect the nominee from Luxembourg also by acclamation while noting your decision not to join the consensus in the report of the meeting? Would this be acceptable? Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm afraid not. We have made abundantly clear at the previous stage of the session of COP the reasons that are behind this decision, and we insist on a vote on the candidature of Mr. Eric Schauls from Luxembourg. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Russian Federation. Your view is noted, and we will proceed with election by secret ballot. I see two requests from the floor. Algeria, you would like to take the floor? Algeria. Yeah, please, you have the floor.
Didn't ask for the floor. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And a request from Spain. Spain, would you want to take the floor?
Muchas gracias.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor. We understand that there has been an objection to the candidate proposed by the European Union on behalf of WEOG from a party from outside the region, and that party has requested, in line with the rules of procedure, a vote by secret ballot of the candidate for the Bureau. We don't question the applicability of the rules of procedure under the Convention. However, our reading of Rule 49 and 50 of the rules is that since there was just one candidate for just a single post, the candidate will always be elected if there is just one vote in their favour. Therefore, we understand that the request made will only have the effect of making us lose valuable time. But we would like confirmation from the Secretariat of this, and that our reading is the correct. Therefore, we would ask you, Chair, to reconfirm whether this is correct. Will the result of that request, our vote, just result in an outcome which we already know? Thank you.
Thank you, Spain. I now like to give the floor to the Secretariat.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Well, the rules of procedure says that all elections shall be conducted through a secret ballot unless otherwise decided. There's no other decision now from the COP, and there is an objection to a candidate, and we cannot preempt. As long as the rule is all elections shall be conducted through secret ballot, now that rule applies, and we cannot really prejudge the outcome, and therefore we need to go for an election through a secret ballot, even if it's a single candidate. Let's continue.
Okay, let's continue. We will undertake the elections by secret ballot in 2 rounds. We'll go in alphabetical order by region. We will first conduct the election of 2 vice presidents from the Eastern European states. Once this is concluded and the 2 vice presidents have been elected, we will then conduct the election of 1 vice president from the Western European and other states. Let us begin with the election by secret ballot of the 2 vice presidents from the Eastern European states. I will now request the Secretariat to explain the balloting procedure. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you indicated, the Conference of the Parties will need to hold an election by secret ballot in accordance with Rule 49 of the Rules of Procedure, which reads as follows. All elections shall be held by secret ballot unless otherwise decided by the Conference of the Parties. As regards the balloting procedures, the Secretariat would like to kindly remind delegates. Sorry. Yes. As regards the balloting procedures, the Secretary would like to kindly highlight the following. The conference officers, there are conference officers, will first distribute the ballot papers to the representatives seated behind their nameplates. According to Article 31 of the Convention and Rule 39 of the Rules of Procedure, each party shall have 1 vote. Accordingly, the delegation of each party with valid credentials receives 1 ballot paper. In accordance with paragraph 2 of Rule 39, the European Union as a party will be skipped as its individual member states will be exercising their right to vote, unless we are advised otherwise. But this is what we have gathered so far. Once you have received the ballot paper, you will see that the names of the 3 candidates from the Eastern European states have already been printed. Accordingly, delegates can mark the boxes for 2 candidates from the region with a tick or a cross indicating their support to the candidates, or mark the box for 1 candidate with a tick or cross indicating support to that candidate, or leave the ballot blank. A ballot will be considered invalid if you mark more than 2 boxes. If a ballot paper contains any notation other than a mark in the box, inside the name of a candidate, those notations will be disregarded. In accordance with the standard practice, the counting of votes will be undertaken by 3 tellers, consisting of representatives from parties present at this meeting. The tellers will be assisted by the Secretariat in undertaking this task. It is essential that tellers counting the votes are able to determine the intention of the intention of the voter. Therefore, the ballot papers need to be filled out clearly. If a mistake is made in filling out the ballot paper, the delegation in question should request a new ballot paper from the Secretariat, and we will provide. In doing so, please ensure that you return the ballot paper with mistakes to the Secretariat, which will be shredded immediately and disposed of by the Secretariat in the presence of the delegate. Delegates are kindly reminded that pursuant to Rule 48 of the Rules of Procedure, no representatives shall interrupt the voting except on a point of order in connection with the actual conduct of the meeting, conduct of the voting, rather. For the casting of ballots, 2 ballot boxes will be taken round the room by the conference officers, accompanied by the tellers, so that the designated representatives of each party can cast their ballots from their respective seats. Once all the ballots are cast, the chair will declare that the balloting is closed and that no more ballots will be accepted. The chair will then suspend the meeting for a few minutes for the tellers assisted by the Secretariat to count the ballots. Once the results are available, the President will resume the meeting for the announcement of the results. In accordance with Rule 50 of the Rules of Procedure, the majority required is a majority of the parties who are present here and voting. Pursuant to Rule 40, Paragraph 5, parties abstaining from voting shall be considered as not voting. As we have 3 candidates for 2 positions, Rule 51 of the Rules of Procedure becomes relevant. And I would like to go through the provisions of Rule 51, which reads as follows. The Paragraph 1 of Rule 51 reads, when 2 or more elective places are to be filled at one time under the same conditions, those candidates not exceeding the number of such places obtaining in the first ballot the largest number of votes and the majority of the votes cast by the parties present and voting shall be deemed elected. If the number of candidates, Paragraph 2 says, if the number of candidates obtaining such majority is less than the number of persons or delegations to be elected, there shall be additional ballots to fill the remaining places. The voting being restricted to the candidates obtaining the greatest number of votes in the previous ballot, to a number not more than twice the places remaining to be filled, provided that after the 3rd inconclusive ballot, votes may be cast for any eligible person or delegation. Some of the elements might not probably apply here. Paragraph 3 of Rule 51 reads as follows. If 3 such unrestricted ballots are inconclusive, the next 3 ballots shall be restricted to the candidates who obtained the greatest number of votes in the 3rd of the unrestricted ballots, to a number not more than twice the places remaining to be filled, and the following 3 ballots thereafter shall be unrestricted, and so on, until all the places have been filled. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Secretariat. I take it we are all in agreement with the procedure to be followed. Thank you. Let the voting start. At this stage, delegates are requested to remain at their seats so that the voting process can proceed in an orderly manner. Ballots will only be distributed at the seats of the delegates from parties with valid credentials. I would also request the room to remain quiet during the voting process I thank you for your cooperation. Furthermore, following consultations, I wish to inform you that Ms. Marila Canipa Montalvo of Peru, Mr. Balal Kutishat of Jordan, and Ms. Agnes Yamisi of Nigeria have kindly agreed to serve as tellers for today's election. I call upon the conference officers to distribute the ballot papers. Ballot papers are now being distributed, and the voting process has thus begun.
except for the tellers on the...
Dear delegates, may I kindly remind you to keep quiet and stay at your seat since it is a secret ballot. Remain at your seat and keep quiet. Thank you for your cooperation. I kindly remind delegates to be quiet, to keep quiet. Thank you. Thank you for cooperation. Distinguished delegates, I understand the ballot papers have been distributed. May I call our tellers to come to the podium and verify that the boxes are empty. Thank you. Tellers have confirmed that the ballot boxes are empty. I now invite the tellers and the conference officers to proceed to collect the ballot papers. All delegates are requested to remain in their seats throughout the balloting process. You will need to fold your ballot once to insert it in the ballot box. Dear delegates, can I kindly remind you to remain your seats since the ballot is proceed. Please keep quiet and stay at your seat. Thank you for your cooperation. Distinguished delegates, I understand the ballot papers have been collected. May I request?
Wait.
Distinguished delegates, I understand now the ballot papers have been collected. May I request any remaining delegation that wishes to cast its ballot but has not yet done so to do so now by approaching the podium to cast their vote. The voting is now closed. No more ballot papers will be accepted. I will now suspend the meeting for the counting of ballots. The result of the vote will be announced once they are tallied. In accordance with Rule 51 of the Rules of Procedure, the majority required is a majority of the parties who are present and voting. And remember, pursuant to Rule 40, paragraph 5, parties abstaining from voting shall be considered as not voting. If you leave the room, please be back in about 15 minutes so we may resume promptly. The meeting is suspended. 15 minutes. Dear delegates, please come back to your seats. We will resume in a few moments. Please come back to your seats. We will resume in a few moments. Thank you. Thank you for your cooperation. Distinguished delegates, the meeting of the Conference of the Parties is resumed. The results of the ballot are as follows. Election of the 2 vice presidents from the Eastern European States Group. Results of the vote. Number of ballot, 130. Number of invalid ballot, 2. Number of valid ballot, 128. Abstentions, 12. Number of parties present and voting, 116. Required majority, 59. Number of votes obtained. Tiona Karchava, Georgia, 84. Angela Luzon, Republic of Moldova, 79. Alexandra Shostakov, Russian Federation, 47. Having obtained the required majority, Tiona Karchova of Georgia and Angela Luzon of Republic of Moldova have been elected as the 2 presidents from the Eastern European states. Their term commencing at the end of the meeting and of this meeting and ending at the close of the 16th meeting of the COP. I congratulate the two newly elected Bureau members. This concludes the election of vice presidents from the Eastern European states. Thank you all for the cooperation. We will now turn to conduct the election by secret ballot of one vice president from the Western Europe and other states. I would ask the Secretariat to remind us of the rules and procedures relevant to the specific situation of this vote. Secretariat, please, you take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd first recall Rule 50 of the Rules of Procedure, whereby the majority required is a majority of the parties who are present and voting. I would also recall Rule 40, Paragraph 5, whereby parties abstaining from voting shall be considered as not voting. Once delegates have received the ballot paper, they will see that the name of the candidate from the Western European and other states is already printed on the ballot. Accordingly, delegates can mark the box for the one candidate with a tick or cross indicating their support for the candidate, or leave their ballot blank. If a ballot paper contains any notation other than a mark in the box beside the name of the candidate, those notations will be disregarded. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. I take it we all in agreement with the procedure to be followed. Thank you. At this stage, delegates are requested to remain at their seats so that the voting process can proceed in an orderly manner. Ballots will only be distributed at the seats of delegates from parties with valid credentials. I would also request the room to remain quiet during the voting process. I thank you for your cooperation. I now ask the conference officers to distribute the ballot papers, please. Ballot papers are now being distributed, and the voting process has thus begun. Please keep quiet. Please be quiet. Thank you so much. Thank you for cooperation. Okay. Distinguished delegates, I understand the ballot papers have been distributed. I now invite the tellers and the conference officers to approach the podium with the ballot box so that we can verify that the box are empty. Okay. It is confirmed that the boxes are empty. Thank you. I now invite the tellers and the conference officers to proceed to collect the ballot papers. You may need to vote once your ballot to insert into the ballot box. All delegates are requested to remain in your seats throughout the balloting process and keep quiet. Distinguished delegates, I understand the ballots have been collected. May I request any remaining delegation that wishes to cast its ballot but has not yet done so, to do so now by approaching the podium to cast their vote. Okay, the voting is now closed. No more ballot papers will be accepted. I will now suspend the meeting for the counting of ballots. The result of the vote will be announced once they are tallied. The meeting is suspended. Please stay in the room so that we may resume promptly once the counting is completed. It should not take long, so please stay in the room, not to go outside. And thank you for your cooperation and your patience. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, please take your seat. The meeting will be resumed soon, very soon. Thank you. The meeting of the Conference of the Parties is resumed. The results of the ballot are as follows. Election of one Vice President from the Western European and other states group. Results of the vote. Number of ballots, 130. Number of invalid ballots, 0. Number of valid ballots, 130. Abstentions, 31. Number of parties present and voting, 99. Required majority, 50. Number of votes obtained, Eric Schultz from Luxembourg, 99. Having obtained the required majority, Eric Schultz of Luxembourg has been elected as the Vice President from the Western Europe and other states for a term commencing at the end of this meeting and ending at the COP-16. This concludes the election of Vice Presidents of the Conference of the Parties. I congratulate all the newly elected Bureau members. The Presidency would also like to express its very deep gratitude to the outgoing members of the Bureau for their support and tireless work in guiding the process under the CBD over the last 5 years. Distinguished delegates, we now turn to the election of the chair of the subsidiary body on scientific, technical, and technological advice, as well as the election of the chair of the subsidiary body on implementation. I will begin by inviting nominations for those two positions, starting with the chair of SABSTA. It is the turn of the Eastern European states to nominate the chairperson of the subsidiary body on scientific, technical, and technological advice. I open the floor to parties from the region to make a nomination. Yeah, I see a request from the floor from Georgia. Georgia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I have already delivered a statement outlining the situation as we defined our nominee. And the nominee is Ms. Senka Barudanovic of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Georgia. I see a request from the floor. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A slight correction to what we heard. There is no agreement in the Eastern European group, and there are two candidates. One is Senka Borudanovic from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the other one is Alexander Shestakov from Russia. So for one seat, we have two candidates, and I suggest that you proceed with the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. We have now heard all the nominations for the position of chair of SABSTA. I would now like to invite nominations for the position of chair of the subsidiary body on implementation. It is the turn of the Asia Pacific to nominate the person to be elected chair. I invite a party from the Asia Pacific states to take the floor to make the nomination. Yes? Yeah. I see Kuwait ask the floor. Yeah, you have the floor, Kuwait, please.
Okay, shukran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we have already stated, we have come to an agreement from Asia and the Pacific to nominate Mr. Sherry Reddy from India for the position of the chair of the subsidiary body on implementation. There was a consensus on his candidature. Thank you.
Nominations for the positions of the chair of the two subsidiary bodies. I will read out the names of the nominees. For the position of chair of the subsidiary body on scientific, technical, and technological advice, we have the following nominees: Mr. Senka Brodovic from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Mr. Alexander Shestakov from the Russian Federation. For the position of chair of the subsidiary body on implementation, we have one nominee, Mr. Sherry Reddy from India. Dear delegates, in order to proceed efficiently with the election of the chair of the two subsidiary bodies, I propose that the nomination for these two positions be now closed. I see no objection. Therefore, I declare the nomination for the position of the chair of SABSTA and for the position of chair of SPI closed. As we have just heard, we have one nominee for for the position of Chair of the Subsidiary Body on Implementation, Mr. Sherry Reddy of India. This demonstrates the consensus of the region on the nomination. Accordingly, following the established practice, can we proceed to elect Mr. Sherry Reddy by acclamation as the next chairperson of the subsidiary body on implementation? Therefore, Mr. Sherry Reddy of India is elected as the chairperson of SBI. I congratulate Mr. Reddy on his election and invite him to join the Bureau as an ex-official member. I would also like to express my deep appreciation to Ms. Charlotta Söquist of Sweden for her outstanding service to the parties as the chair of SBI over the last intense 5 years. As indicated earlier, there are 2 candidates from the Eastern European states for the one position of chair of SABSTA. The 2 candidates are Ms. Sanka Brudnovic from Bosnia and Herzegovina and Mr. Alexander Shestakov from the Russian Federation. Given that there are 2 candidates for the one position, the Conference of the Parties will need to hold an election by secret ballot in accordance with Rule 49 of the Rules of Procedure. We have all now gained experience with the balloting procedure. I would thus ask the Secretariat to remind us of the rules of procedure relevant to the specific situation of this vote. I will now request the Secretariat to explain the balloting procedure. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you indicated, the Conference of the Parties will need to hold an election by secret ballot in accordance with Rule 49 of the Rules of Procedure. Once you have received the ballot papers, you will see that the names of the 2 candidates for the chairperson of SABSTA from the Eastern European states already printed. Accordingly, delegates can mark the box for one candidate with a tick or cross indicating support for that candidate, or leave the ballot blank. A ballot will be considered invalid if you mark more than one box. If a ballot paper contains any notation other than a mark in the box inside the name of a candidate, those notations will be disregarded. It is essential that tellers counting the votes are able to determine the intention of the voter. Therefore, the ballot papers need to be filled out clearly. If a mistake is made in filling out the ballot paper, the delegation in question should request a new ballot paper from the Secretariat. In doing so, please ensure that you return the ballot paper with mistakes to the Secretariat, which will be shredded and disposed of by the Secretariat in the presence of the delegate. In accordance with Rule 50 of the Rules of Procedure, the majority required is a majority of the parties who are present and voting. Pursuant to Rule 40, Paragraph 5, parties abstaining from voting shall be considered as not voting. The President will declare elected the single candidate who has received the largest number of votes and a simple majority of the parties present and voting. In the event of a tie, Rule 50, Paragraph 1 of the Rules of Procedure will apply. This provision reads, as follows. If no candidate obtains in the first ballot a majority of the votes cast by the parties present and voting, a second ballot restricted to the two candidates, we don't have more than two candidates obviously, obtaining the largest number of votes shall be taken. If in the second ballot the votes are equally divided, the chair shall decide between the candidates by drawing lots. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretary. I take it we are all in agreement with the procedure to be followed. Thank you. And since we are running out of interpretation in about 15 or 10 minutes, so can we proceed only in English until finish the vote of Substa Chair? If there's no objection, we will proceed. Okay. There's no objection. Thank you for your cooperation, so we will proceed. At this stage, delegates are requested to remain at their seats so that the voting process can proceed in an orderly manner. Ballots will only be distributed at the seats of delegates from parties. I would also request the room to remain quiet during the voting process. I thank you for your cooperation. I now ask the conference officers to distribute the ballot papers. Ballot papers are now being distributed, and the voting process has thus begun. I request representatives to use only those ballot papers that have been distributed, and to either tick or cross one box or leave the ballot blank. Distinguished delegates, I understand all the ballot papers have been distributed. I now invite the tellers and the conference officers to approach the podium with the ballot box so that we can verify that the boxes are empty. Okay. It is confirmed that the boxes are empty. I now invite the tellers and the conference officers to proceed to collect the ballot papers. All delegates are requested to remain in their seats throughout the balloting process. You may need to fold your ballot once to insert it into the ballot box.
The interpreters regret to announce that after the additional 15 minutes provided, interpretation will now cease.
So maybe just before this.
No, we.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
Dear delegates, I understand the ballot have been collected. May I request any remaining delegation that wishes to cast its ballot but has not yet done so, to do so now by approaching the podium to cast their vote. Okay. The voting is now closed. No more ballot papers will be accepted. I will now suspend the meeting for the counting of the ballot. The result of the vote will be announced once they are tallied. The meeting is suspended. Please stay in the room so that we may resume once the counting is completed. It should not take long, so please stay in the room and keep quiet. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Dear delegates, please take your seat and keep quiet, and we will resume very soon. Thank you. The meeting of the Conference of the Parties is resumed. The results of the ballot are as follows. Election of the chairperson of the subsidiary body on scientific, technical, and technology advice from the Eastern European States Group. Number of ballot, 130. Number of invalid ballot, 1. Number of valid ballot, 129. Abstentions, 11. Number of parties present and voting, 118. Required majority, 60. Number of votes obtained, Sanka, Boludanovic, Bosnia and Herzegovina, 69. Alexander Shostakov, Russian Federation, 49. So, having obtained the required majority, Senka Brudanovic of Bosnia and Herzegovina has been elected as the chairperson of the subsidiary body on scientific, technical, and technological advice for a term commencing at the end of this meeting and ending at the close of the 16th meeting of the COP when the successor takes office. Distinguished delegates, I congratulate her on her election and invite her to attend the Bureau meetings as ex-official member. I would also like to express my deep gratitude to the outgoing chairperson of SABSTA, Mr. Hezekiel Benitez Diaz, on his long and outstanding work as the chair of this subsidiary body. Dear delegates, as Bosnia-Herzegovina is not a party to the Nagoya Protocol, we will come back to the election of substitutes under the relevant agenda item of the COP-MOP of the Nagoya Protocols later. Colleagues, thank you very much for your cooperation in this election process. Your patience and constructive participation are much appreciated. Thank you all. Now I will adjourn the meeting of COP-15.
Say something just before we close.
So this brings us to the end of our session for today. Tomorrow we will address item 5 of the COP-15 agenda on date and venue of meetings of Conference of Parties, as well as item 2 and 5 of the agenda of MOPs of the protocols. For item 5 of COP-15, please see document CBD/COP/15/L36 for consideration under this item. It has been posted online. Please remember we are all invited to a reception tonight to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the entry into force of the Cartagena Protocol and Biosafety. So before we leave, we give the floor to Ms. David Cooper, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank thank you to all delegates for the cooperation today. And of course, we call on your cooperation and for all delegates to be here tomorrow morning when we will resume the meetings at 10 a.m. And proceed with the remaining items as the Chair has just indicated. So again, I call upon you all to be here at 10 a.m. so we can proceed correctly and smoothly. Thank you very much. The reception is held in the garden area that's near the main entrance to the conference center. So up the stairs, and you'll see, you'll see over there. See you in a few minutes.
Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.